Uh, who hasn't? Okay. So I know some of you guys have tried it, and have got the Docker Compose installed on your machine, and you've actually been able to run this. What I would like to do is just show you the tool running here, and show you places where you can go and where to look for some of the API calls, and so to get you a real sense. But feel free to do it at the same time I'm doing it, so that you can try it out and you can ask questions. So a more interactive session, I think, makes sense. But if you haven't done that, it's also right. You can just follow along, and then hopefully when we get to when you get to those critical moments, you will have a better understanding of what to expect. So just a quick recap. The requirements that you need on your machine is going to be Git, so that you can run this command here called git clone. Can you see that? Let me zoom in a bit. Hold on. So the git clone, what that does is it pulls the information from the online repository and puts it on your local machine, and then it'll create the code in this folder called PASP TTK sandbox. So you need to then change into that directory, and then you need to call Docker Compose up. And when you run the Docker Compose up, what it's going to do is it's going to go and pull the Docker images from the online repositories, and so that they're locally, and then it's going to wire them up. So there's more than one component that we're installing here, and it connects them up, and it sets those ports so that they can talk to each other, and then it also sets the ingress and egress ports which you will be interacting with through your application. So the Docker Compose up really does all of that. Oh, that's not working. Okay. Okay, so then so after that's been completed, then you've got 2 ports that you can interact with, and both of them are at the moment they TTK simulated, or TTK. We've got the sender. Let me just scroll up a bit to the diagram. So we've got this sender TTK, which is going to act like your software. So you're going to be building your software to replace the calls on the TTK, and then customize it so that it's relevant to your software and what you're doing. But effectively, the flavor of those API calls is going to be exactly the same as what's being sent from the sender TTK. So the way we configure that sender TTK is that you then upload a test set, and then you can execute those test sets. Those are in fact the same API calls that you will be making from your software. Then the receiver TTK, and the ports matter here. Okay, we've got 6060 is the receiver TTK, which is simulating the third-party SDK schema adapter and module loop and the payer and the payee. So this whole mechanism is being simulated by this receiver TTK, the third-party schema adapter, module loop, payer, and payee DFSP. And that's on host 6060. So 6060 is the IP, local host 6060 is going to be your IP address to have view of that TTK, that's the receiver. And then the one with the 1 in between, the 16060, is going to be the sender, which is the one when you have your final delivery of your product you won't need, because you'll be replacing it with your own software. So let me show you what those two look like. So for starters, I'm going to show you my Docker Compose. So after you've run Docker Compose up, you don't need the UI, but you can go to the UI and you can have a look, and you will see that your Docker is running. So if you've been playing with other TTK downloads, you can't run them at the same time because they're all configured using the same ports. So you're going to get some port conflict. So you might have to turn them off before you put this on. But essentially what we need is the PISP TTK sandbox running on its own in Docker Compose. And once that is running, then sorry, I have been playing, so these are the two endpoints. If you have a look carefully at that IP address, this is the 6060. So this is the receiver TTK, because it's 6060, and it's simulating it. So at the moment, we're just using it to monitor the API calls coming in. So when we do call it from our software or from the test of the sender kit, we can see the API messages come in, and we can see the responses just to check and understand what's going on. So that's on this TTK. I've now clicked on the monitoring so that I can view the monitoring of it. And then on the sender side, which is the 16060, so this is localhost 16060, I have also then loaded the test runner. If you follow the README document, it shows you how to load up the test runner, and then it gives you these two. When I said test runner, it's a test. It's a library of test cases that you load, and then you should have the same view as what I've got now. So there's two main sections here. We've got linking and transfers, and those are the two key pieces that need to happen for PISP integration. You got to link your accounts to build up the trust, and then you got to actually perform the transfer. So the easier one to follow along is the transfer, because there's only 3 elements to it, and whereas the linking one is more around admin on how you build up that trust, and you set up the trust and get the linking of those accounts in place. So what I'm going to do, so there's a couple of ways to run this. The first one is you can just hit run, and then it runs each of the transfers, so you can see the information coming through, and it's first doing the account linking and then running the transfers. If I then jump over to the monitoring screen, I can see the corresponding API calls being received. So so in the beginning we do the account linking, and then this third-party lookup is the first API call for the transfers. Yes, we have some questions. Ooh, sorry. Yeah.
It's not really a question. I just want to follow up with what you're doing on that dashboard, but you're moving too fast. I don't know what screen you're on. Like, where do I click when I reach the dashboard to do what you're doing?
Oh, okay. I see from this view, it's not very visible. Okay, let me zoom in a bit. Okay. I'll rewind a bit. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to, that's one way to run it. We can run all of them, but then you've got to look at all of them. And I think to help this description a little bit better, what I'm going to do is I'm going to not do that. I'm going to run them one at a time. So if I go to this test set, the transfers test set, and I click edit, then this opens up an interactive view of the SQL statements. So the way it works is, let me just scroll to the top. This is how TTK works. It basically is set up to have a sequence of asynchronous, in fact in this case they're synchronous queries, and it passes information from the next to the next so that it keeps the integrity of that transfer. So this is the first one that gets called, which is the third-party transactions party lookup. And then the second one will initiate, it's a post. That should be, okay, it says post, but it's not. It's a, oh no, I think it is a post, yeah. So there's a post third parties lookup, and then we do a post third parties to initiate the transfer, and then finally we do a post to approve those transfers. So those are the three queries that you need to perform in order to be able to do a transfer. Because I've just executed, okay, so let me run through it again. That's empty, and then here I can just send these three transfers through. Then what happens is it populates the response element of that transfer. So if you go and have a look at the request, it'll show you the exact body of the request of what it sent. And then if you go to the response, you will see the exact response that you got as a response of that particular query. And if we then go to the monitoring view, we'll see that that post get parties lookup will look exactly the same. So if we have a look at the request object, so this is what you need to build up in your code. This is the body. It's following a JSON format, and there's normally a lot of libraries that allow you to. In fact, it's in the body. That's your JSON format. The rest of it is actually the API call. So here it's got the header information and the sort of requirements that merge loop require you to have in the header. So all of that's included here, and then the body is also available. So in the body here, we are providing the payee information. So we have a type of payee lookup, which at the moment is the MSISDN number, and we've got a telephone number. So, and that is the person that you want to pay. So in this get parties request, that's really the critical piece of information that needs to come from your software. And then you make that API call, and then you get this response back. And if we have a look at the response, it looks like this. The body of the response says party lookup success. In other words, we found the person, and then it's got the party information there, and the party has got the same MSISDN and lookup ID, and also which organization you're now talking to. But then it's also got the personal information. So it's got the name of the person and the complex name of the person and the date of birth. So there's a certain amount of personal information that you can then pass on to your users to validate that this is in fact the right account that you're paying money into. Okay, so that's the first call, which is the The second one is to initiate the transfer, which is similar. It's got the similar set of data. I don't want to. Are there any questions?
Okay, for me, mine is not a question, but I'm just wondering what you do next after cloning. Because for me, that's where I got lost from.
What you after cloning?
After cloning.
Have you got Docker Compose installed on your PC?
Yes.
You need to change into that folder. So do through the command prompt, do cd into the PSP TTK sandbox, and then you run a command Docker Compose up. It's in the README. So let me show you on that. So the directions are here on the README. So cd PASP TTK sandbox. That will so you need to run Docker Compose inside the folder that you've just downloaded, and then you run the command Docker Compose up. Docker-compose space up.
And we can't get there. We've been clicking through this. The transfer page. Dashboard?
So this is the 6060. So this is your receiver. If you go to monitoring, there.
Yeah.
It's just a bit slow. Okay. And then if you go to this one, I can see that. So the other one is it's the port number is slightly different. So there are two TTKs. Yeah. So you were connected to the receiver one. You need to connect to the sender one, and then you need to, if you follow the directions, it tells you to upload the test set. In fact, I'll show you how to do that now. I didn't actually show you this because I had done it before, which is maybe not fair. But so to get to the sender, it's localhost 16060. Localhost 16060, not the localhost 6060. The 16060 is the sender, and then you need to go to test runner. Test runner tab, and then you go to collection manager, and you need to import a file. And then you need to browse to inside the folder into the PASP TTK sandbox. There's a subfolder called test cases. You need to go there and then select the third-party JSON object. And then once it's here, you've still got to tick it. It's just the way TTK works. You need to, it allows you to select which tests you want to work with at the time after you've loaded a test collection. Is anybody else struggling or got stuck? Okay. Yeah, that's it. So, are you running Windows? Then scroll up. There was a download for Windows. Okay. You don't need to. You don't need to install anything. If you just yeah. You at the emergency testing kit. I think what's more useful is the PSP sandbox. So so what the PSP sandbox does is it's installing more than one version of TTK. So here we go. So where's the I'm thinking GitHub. Testing toolkits. Okay, everyone. We're going to move on to the next session now, but thanks for all your time and effort. And most of you, I think, are up and running, which is great. It's really good. Well done. I did have a detailed sequence diagram for the PASP to show you, but I think it's too much for today. I think it's just dealing with what we've got is enough, but just to let you know there's more. And in the meantime, we'll try and sort out the few people who didn't manage to get the Docker Compose to run, and we'll work out how to solve that. In the meantime, I'm going to hand over to the next person.
Thank you so much, Paul. You really had 2 hours, and like he has said, some of you were successful. So let us give him a round of applause. Okay, so our mentor is already here, but Cleopatra has to show you prototyping tools. So I'm going to request you, Cleo, to come and take us through for 15 minutes so that we can have the mentorship session.
Hello. Hi. How are you? I missed you the whole day. Hey. Wow. How are you doing? How is it going? You're very quiet. Is it the Saturday? Is it the diagrams? Both. The what? It will be well. It will be okay. So, because I have very limited time for the presentation, we are going to have a very interactive session. I'll share the slides so that you can refer to them as you're prototyping, right? Yes. So, who knows what prototyping is? I also have a gorilla in my hand here for someone.
All right. According to me, prototyping is a process of coming up with a miniature format of the original system. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What is miniature? You've lost me there.
All right. It's like something that resembles the way the system is going to be, the exact system is going to be. Okay, something small. It's not really big as the original thing, product, but it just illustrates.
Thank you so much. Yes, happy. I'm happy to see you.
So prototyping is making a working model of a system. It's not the exact thing, but you just create, as you said, miniature, small version. It's a working model.
Okay. Prototyping is the process of coming up with a replica of the system to test like its usability, its feasibility, and other features.
You people are on fire. I'm loving this. So am I.
To me, prototyping is the process of transforming the ideas from the design to something tangible that can be implemented. Thank you.
Amazing. All of you have correct answers. Anybody else? Hey, Sonita. My competition.
Prototyping is like creating a preliminary version of a system.
Amazing.
Prototyping is the process of coming up with an instance of the final system.
Charlotte, aren't I done? These guys have ideas already about what prototyping is. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Prototyping is like a process of creating a simplified product of the original product.
Thank you. So, okay, one more. Chalagata. Hi.
Like my colleagues have said it all, prototyping is just basically translating a user flow of information into a design that a designer, a developer can easily translate into code so that they can write it down.
Thank you so much. The user flow, right? So, who's designing a mobile application? Yes. What is the process that you're going through? If we're looking at the UI UX process. Yes. Are you guys just thinking about it and you have a web builder or something, and then you're like, let's just start with maybe the front page, and then you're like, let's do this. You're like brainstorming by word of mouth, like a verbal session. How are you doing?
We had to first get the screens done with Figma. Then we started developing the screen by screen. We brainstorm, we see any necessity, like any missing screen, we put that, then we develop it.
Okay.
On our part, I think for us what we first did is we first had to think about ourselves, because we know in mobile application development you require a splash screen, which is like the screen that welcomes the user. Maybe you have your logo and whatever, and then we have that landing page that a user can come and maybe interact maybe with the services that we are offering, maybe by purchasing or what. However, they also need maybe to log in or log out in order to track their information. So that's our prototype so far.
Thank you.
Okay, at first, of course, you look at the flow of the system. Then we looked at the colors, because different colors mean different things. After getting the flow, that we shall first log in, do this, do this, do this. Then we looked at the colors. Then we looked at where will this go? How will this, okay, where will this go? What will come first, like that.
I think for us, we first draw the interfaces on paper before we transform them to Figma, because it simplifies your work when you have already something sketched on paper.
The answer I was looking for, right? How do you start? Start by sketching it out. And what do we call that in prototyping? That model that you have on Sketch? Anybody? A wireframe, right? You guys are going to sail through this stage, right? Who doesn't know what a wireframe is? It is okay not to know. I also don't know. Who knows? Or who doesn't know? Okay, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? He has already said it. Yes. What's a wireframe? What is it? What I presented?
According to me, a wireframe is just merely a low fidelity interface. Yeah.
Cool. Can we sketch one? Who is willing to sketch a wireframe for their proposed system right now? And we show everybody else what it should look like. 2 minutes. Okay. I'm looking at Diana. Diana is sketching. Anybody else? Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. So right now you're using pen and paper, okay? Chop, chop. 2 minutes. The splash screen, like Ivan said, or if you have a website, the landing page or the home page. Yes. Okay. Somebody has it. No. Just one. One simple interface. Yeah. Who wrote here? Okay. Simple shapes for illustration, for the buttons, where the images are going to go, where the text is going to go, the sections. Okay? Nice. Sorry? Okay. Go. Nice. Where? Hands up. Hands up. Okay. Nice. Who else? Okay. Yeah. So you guys have an idea, right? So it's a low fidelity prototype. Okay? It's a low fidelity prototype. After the wireframe, what do we have next? Sorry? High fidelity? Is there anything in the middle? What? Where's the fire? Anybody?
Personally, I think after drawing these wireframes, then you have to meet your clients and you show them actually, they verify whether what you think or what you've interpreted is exactly what they also feel they want.
Okay. So when you're done with the wireframe, you do what we call a mock-up. The mock-up is the one that's in between the lo-fi, which is the wireframe, and the hi-fi, right? Which is the prototype. So for the mock-up, you now start designing, following what you sketched. You put what we call the aesthetics, the feel, the colors, okay, the images, dummy text, lorem ipsum. You should be familiar with those passages, right? John Doe, eh? Jane Doe. Yeah, so that is the mock-up. And I expect to see this on Monday. We're going to have a second session for prototyping and solution design, okay? So you should take screenshots. You're like, this is where we started from. These were the wireframes, and these were the mock-ups. And then from the mock-ups, we go to, after the mock-up, we go to the system. Come again. Say it. Why are you afraid? The English is not Englishing? Yes? The prototype. Good. Okay? That one comes after the high fidelity. Okay? Yeah. So we have the high level prototype, which you can simply call a prototype. Okay? And this prototype should have interactivity in the different screens. Okay? It's something that we're actually going to come to you and we're like, demo. We want to see this button takes us to maybe the About Us page, or maybe it's a donate button, it goes to this page, ABCD. So it has to be a working prototype. Okay? I'll talk about the MVP later. But you first have to make sure you have all these in place. So considerations as you're coming up with these diagrams is the user-centered design. You're designing a solution for a target group. It's not about you, right? Yes, you have to take into consideration what that last mile person requires from the system. Always look at ease of use. Nobody wants to interact with a system that is hard to understand. even for developers. If you look at a dashboard that is too hard for people who are into Forex, how many of you look at like Forex dashboards? See how you see all those graphs going up and down, you like get there and you're like, oh my God, what is happening? You don't understand the terms that are there, okay? So it's kind of hard, even for developers at some point, to understand systems that are designed by other developers, okay? So make it as easy as possible to use for the last mile person, right? Yeah. So I think that should be it. The rest you're going to read. Wait, don't chase me. Let me check. Yeah. So also the level 1 principles, okay? When you're designing your system, you have to take them into consideration. Following the diagrams that Simon took you through in the morning, okay? You had the customer journey, and then you had all these other things so when you're designing, it has to be a wholesome approach. I know it could be kind of a lot, but look at 2-3 principles that you should incorporate. Don't forget the level 1 principles, okay? Who can mention 2 real quick? I give them a gorilla and air one.
When you're designing a level 1 project, all transactions that have already been made should not be revocable.
And air gorilla for her. Okay. Oh.
Consider interoperability.
Okay. And air one for you.
Push payments and safety.
And air one for you too. This side. Financial education. Things are not thinking.
Adherence to well-defined standards.
What standards? It's okay. You'll read. One more. Lady in white.
Affordability.
Okay, so keep all these in mind. So if your wireframes, the mock-ups and prototypes are good, then in the MVP that I'll talk about in the next session, probably on Tuesday, you'll have to do what Paul has been taking you through. Very important. If you fail to do that, then you're definitely going to lose out on the ranking, okay, for the prize money. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Cleopatra. Once again, let us appreciate Cleopatra. And now we have our mentor. She's called Marion Chirabo. She's going to tell you more about herself. She's going to take us through some legal stuff. Now we are CEOs, we are founders. What do we need? What do you need to register your company? You have a wallet, a digital wallet. What do you need from the Bank of Uganda? You have a lending product. What license do you need? She's going to tell us all this, so let us welcome her. Please, Marion. Please, when we are saying something, asking a question, answering, let us try to stand up. Yes. And also, whenever Marion is coming to you, she's going to come with 2 microphones so that you can use a microphone so they can get your voice.
Hi everyone. My name is Marion and I wish I could get to know everyone here, but you're quite many. I am a lawyer and I work with Matrix Advocates as a legal associate. And our firm basically deals with so many dimensions of the law: intellectual property, business, commercial and corporate transactions, civil litigation, everything. Basically, it's a wide spectrum. But today, I'm going to talk to, I can see there are very many intelligent people in here. I'm going to talk to you about how you can have a legal business in Uganda. I don't have gorillas to give out, but I'll try to engage you. Yeah, so before we go further, I would like to know how many people here have started a business before. Okay. I'm dealing with rich people. So I'm going to ask one of the people who have put up their hands to volunteer and tell us their experience while they were starting their business. I don't know if it's a business or a company. A business. Yeah, let's start with you.
I'm supposed to talk about my experience?
Yeah, your experience.
Okay.
Can start with your name because I don't know any of you.
My name is Sunita Namujumbi Sharifa.
Okay.
I had a jewelry business. Yeah, I used to ship from China. Yeah. My experience, I'm trying to think of it in a legal way because I didn't register. It was just an online business with a couple of friends. You reach out to us, like Instagram, then you take our WhatsApp number, you send us what you want, then we deliver it. Yeah, at your cost. Then you pay us using mobile money, or we had a trusted border guy who would bring the money. Yes.
What was the name of your business?
Jewelry box.
Jewelry box. Thank you. Any other person who has a business? Was it registered? Introduce yourself and tell us.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Jennifer Nana is my name. I have a business called Jenny Pumpkin Nutrition.
Pardon?
I have a business called Jenny Pumpkin Nutrition. Jenny Pumpkin Nutrition.
Jenny Pumpkin.
Pumpkin Nutrition.
Pumpkin Nutrition.
Yes.
Okay, that's nice.
So, the challenge I faced before the registration with URSB, it was really hard for me to come out with a name. I tried several names. They could tell me this one had been taken. You have to think. In fact, my heart was pumping almost 3 nights. I couldn't sleep, but I've already even paid the money. The guy from URSB could say, you keep thinking, go and lock yourself in the house and then come back tomorrow with the name. Within me, I was tired and I'm like, if this name failed to go through, I'm done with this. I would not mind about the money I paid. So in the morning, he sent me an email that your name had been successfully registered. And I started using the name. Again, the challenge came on branding. So they told me you cannot have a company name on top of your branded products. It has to be down. I've already printed stickers. So I had to first allow myself to sell the few products that already printed sticker. Then I had to change. So up to now, I'm still going into different stages of branding. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jenny. You said your name was Sharifa? Yeah. Huh? It's the one? Is it the one? Yes. Thank you, Jenny and Sharifa. They have given us 2 different scenarios where they faced, well, I don't think Sharifa faced a lot of challenges, but we shall talk about the dangers where Sharifa can continue to carry on her business when it's not registered. How do I open it? It's fine. Oh, that. No, it's not the one that's connected. Oh, the remote. So I'm going to talk about business registration and intellectual property regulations in Uganda. But before I embark on this, I want to ask another question. How many of you people have heard about alien skin? Why are you laughing? So the man has made it a point to become news, right? But as of this week, I don't know if you guys follow news properly, he made a video saying that a law firm had woken up to register his label, which is called Fangon Entertainment, Fangon Forest Entertainment. Now, imagine you are functioning in a society, you're famous, people like you, people are coming to your business, then someone else wakes up and registered your business. How would you feel? I want answers. I don't know if the person putting up their hand is trying to defend alien skin, but okay. It's okay. Don't know.
Not really, but in case it was me and that happened, then I would really feel so sad and bad. Yeah.
Anyone else? Yes, Jenny Pumpkin, right? How would you feel if someone woke up and had Jenny Pumpkin right across your street where you are processing for?
I think for me, the only thing is to start a legal case against that person.
Okay. Jenny is ready to fight. Yes?
I would definitely be very sad because this is a brand I would have built, put a lot of energy into, so it would definitely be a disappointment for me, just someone waking up in the morning and taking something I've built for quite a while. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those are very nice answers, yes.
So also to my perspective, I could feel sad, but as we say that everyone has his or her own luck. So you just persist, and then you look forward to doing the best from him. So if he's selling pumpkins, I make sure that I get those quality. I don't even imagine what I could do.
Competition.
Thank you so much. I think to me, that one can work when you have a different name, but we are doing the same products. It will work, I will agree with you 100%. But you can't use the same name as I've been using. No, it doesn't work.
Okay, thank you. It's okay. Yeah, so your answers are very interesting. But in the law world, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't mean that if you function, if Jenny had not registered her company and someone else started the same company with Jenny Pumpkin products, you realize Jenny would be working illegally because the other person now has the rights to use the name. So these are the things we are going to be talking about. The competition. The competition would work if you get a different brand. Otherwise, you'd have to pay the person what they call royalties because you're using their same brand. So all this educating you about registering your business and being able to own this thing that you've started is to help you from such circumstances and events. So I'm going to take you through the benefits, the legislation and the laws. Don't worry, there's no hard language. I'm going to try not to use any hard language. Yeah, I'm going to take you through the laws, the benefits, what it actually requires for you to register your business. And not just your business, but even if you want a company, it's possible. So, we'll start with that legislation. This is just a snippet of what laws we have in Uganda. They are not fully exhausted, but most of them are here. We start with the Constitution. I don't know if any of you knows what the Constitution is, but it's basically the primary law of Uganda. It gives you your rights. It gives you the right to start a business, the right to do and work as you please. But there are always other acts that are formed and created by the Parliament of Uganda to now specifically talk about the different fields that you'll be taking part in. For example, I know today I came to talk to tech people, so I'll try to narrow the scope to the tech world. But for now, this is what we have. And yes, now we're going to talk about the types of businesses that we have in Uganda. So our sector is formed of the formal businesses and the informal businesses. As we began, we looked at the two entrepreneurs that spoke to us, the lady that was dealing with jewelry and the lady that had her pumpkin business. One was registered and the other wasn't. So the one that wasn't registered is part of the informal business sector of Uganda. Well, the one that was registered, well, I don't know if the lady of the pumpkin business had registered with URA, but if she had, then she would be fully formal. Should be part of the fully formal dimension of the business sector of Uganda. So these statistics were got from the report that was made by the Ministry of Finance, and they were basically doing a study of what is the percentage of the informal sector of Uganda. Very many people in Uganda actually trade the way Sharifa and her friends were trading, informally. Someone wakes up, starts a business, goes to the street there, opens their chapati stall, and they are done. The other person wakes up, starts selling clothes on an online business, and they're done. So most of the businesses in Uganda are very informal. And some might do some registration with URSB, for example, get a business name, and then end there. So they become partially informal and partially formal. Then there are those that are formal. Those ones now go ahead to register with URSB because Uganda Registration Services Bureau, which is URSB, is the body that incorporates companies. That is where you register your businesses. So what do we mean when we say legal and fiscal formality? So where businesses are run outside the legal and regulatory systems, it means that for you, you don't pay taxes, and even in the URSB system, you do not exist. I'm sorry, I'm going to keep using your business, like the jewelry business. URSB, even if you went to their site right now and you said, I want to search the business of Sharifa right now, you would not find it there. Why? Because she is not registered. So that is legal informality. Yes, she's not registered. Fiscal informality are businesses that do not pay taxes to URA. They don't have a T number, and therefore URA does not know of your existence. However, if they find you, then you're illegally functioning, and therefore they will fine you, okay? So, to avoid legal informality and fiscal informality, we need to register our businesses. So how do you formalize a business? The lady there told us she went to URSB, didn't sleep for 3 months, she couldn't find a name. Now, what was the name of your jewelry store again? Jewelry Box. If you went on the system and searched for Jewelry Box, I think you would find like 1,000 of them, yeah? Why? Because day in, out, Ugandans are always starting businesses, okay? So for you to be able to be unique and stand out, you have to find a unique name. Now that's where we are. We are here on reserving a name like the lady had told us, okay? She had to look for a name because you cannot have the same name as someone in the same business. It would be unfair competition. Because if one has substandard goods, yes? If one has substandard goods, they'll directly link it to the other person functioning under the same name. I don't know if that makes sense. So, yeah, you may ask yourself questions like, there's Java House and there's Cafe Javas, so, and those the same names. No, there's always a difference. There's always a difference when you go under the system. But we shall get there when we're talking about IP, branding, and all those things. So we are at reserving a name. It is advisable that when you want to reserve a name, question. Anyway.
To what he's saying. For example, we have Hilton Hotel, and the original Hilton Hotel in the UK. So, and it's not a franchise. How come they have the same name and they are different businesses? Yes.
So, are you sure it's not a franchise? Okay. So, there's what you can incorporate a foreign company in Uganda with the same exact name. But you'll find that in incorporating a foreign company, that the administration or the board of directors is, and the way the company runs its daily activities is governed by Hilton. It might not be a franchise, but there are different ways of dealing with international companies, yes? So with schools, how many schools have you seen that have the same exact name? Actually. Where? Now, what makes the difference is that they're in different districts. They're in different districts, yes? They don't have the same market. A school in Bara is dealing with people in. A school in, you understand? Yes. Any other question? But we're going to push questions to the end. Your question, I'm going to answer.
Well, I'm not asking a question, but I would like to supplement, maybe try to answer using my experience. You see, we are building companies. Just imagine if you named your company Facebook and at one time you want to expand outside Uganda, how fast would you register your company out? We're not building just for Uganda. Secondly, you need to understand that you need to get a domain for a company. So if you want to take my domain as Cyanese, how are you going to do that if I told you you're moving around copying names?
Facebook will sue you before you
even go anywhere. Thirdly, you cannot compare schools to companies. A school, I've seen that. I went to St. Teresa, there is St. Teresa almost everywhere. And it's very hard to see schools expanding out. Schools don't scale out of Uganda. You're running a company that technically in the next 10 years will have to move out. How will you handle regulations if at all you want to copy a company name that is in that very country? You'll have to change the brand name and then start building the brand from ground zero. Do you want that?
Before we go far, I want to answer her question. She asked a question of, she has an app that is a business that is already registered, and she wants to build different apps with different names under the same name. So, and when I asked her if she intended for the apps to be profitable, yes? Now those are what they call subsidiary companies. What the main app is doing is that it's the parent company, yes? And the other small apps are subsidiaries. So yes, you can.
Okay. If company X legally suspended their activities, am I allowed to adopt company X's name?
That's a good question, but there's a time frame within which to do that. They have to go through liquidation. It's a whole process, yes? They have to cease to doing business in Uganda completely for you to actually adopt their name. But also, if they have registered a trademark, you guys are preempting my discussion, but okay. If they've registered a trademark, yes, you would have to pay them royalties. Because at that point, they have built a brand and people come to them because they want to deal with that particular company. You understand? So they are dealing with, you're dealing with their, what they call goodwill. You know what goodwill is? Goodwill is where I have been running a business and people like the services. So they come looking for those exact services and for those exact products. So they are accustomed to consuming these services and products. So goodwill is the reputation and the good things they hear about a company, to put in simple language, yes? So if that company ceases, but they have a trademark, or they have a copyright or a brand, you're going to have to pay something to that company because you'll be gaining from them, you'll be gaining from their brand name. You understand? So there's a lot we can talk about companies. Who else wanted to ask a question?
I wanted you to enlighten more on the thing concerning software, because previously I attended a USB workshop, and they said for softwares you cannot file for a patent or intellectual property. But I heard as if you're telling the other one that you can, for example, if you build an application in some name, you can build other applications in the same name. But according to URSB, they say you cannot sign a patent for a software.
She said her application is a business and she wants to make other small applications with different names. Does that make the difference now? She has an application, yeah? And it's a business. And it's called, what's your name? Evelyn Technologies. Under Evelyn Technologies, she wants to make EV app for delivery of food. Let me say, lean app for Lean's clothes. You understand? They are different, yeah? But under one main company, Evelyn Technologies. You understand? Yes? So and she intends to make profit from those small applications. So I advised her to register all those small applications as subsidiary companies under the main company. Does that make sense now? Does that make sense? I don't know. Are we together? Let me first go that side. I've answered him, eh? Okay. If my time is fast spent,
Hello. So my question is, in regards to what you've just told her, do you pay the same fees for registering those subsidiary companies as you did to register the main company?
For every company, there's what they call a nominal share capital. Yes? Now, every company has a different nominal share capital. What's your name? If you wanted to start Happy Cells or Happy Comfort Homes, something like that, yes? And you said your nominal share capital was 5 million. It would depend on the stamp duty, which is under the law, okay? So for every company, you'll have to pay registration fees depending on the stamp duty. I don't know if I make sense. Stamp duty is like a tax that the government, yeah, that is
attached to your registration fees. It's you have to pay it as part of your registration fees. So if your nominal share capital is 5 million, no, let me use 1 million, yeah? Your stamp duty is going to be about 150,000. So you will attach that 150,000 to the 1 million, and then you'll pay something like 1.2. Sorry, no, you'll pay 150 plus 100,000, then pay your registration fees, because registration fees are 50,000 depending on if the person's nominal share capital is like below 500,000, like that. It goes on changing with different amounts of money. Yes. So it's like a tax that you pay while creating your company. I don't know if that makes sense. So let us proceed. I like the class. The class is very engaging. We were still at reserving a name, yes? I don't know where the remote has gone. I don't know where I put it. Yes. So we are at reserving a name. So there are different forms, like the business name application form. So there are two types of registration processes that I put here. There are those people who intend to stay as a business, and there are those people who intend to register companies. So if you intend to register a business, you still have to reserve a name. Then you fill the relevant forms, which are usually system generated from the USB. So you fill the business name application form, the notice of situation, because you have to tell us where your business is located. Then after you've filled those forms, you avail your national IDs. After you've availed your national ID, you will sign, pay the relevant fees, and then file. What you sign is an SD, what they call a statutory declaration. So after you've paid your fees, you've signed the statutory declaration, then you file, and then you wait for like a day or two, really, and then your business would have been registered legally. So for those who intend to have a company, you still go through a similar process. You reserve a name. As I advise, please have 3 alternatives. If the 2 don't work, 1 will be taken. Be as unique as possible. Pay fees for reservation, because there's a reservation fee, and then wait for the response. It also usually takes a day or 2. Then you fill and sign the relevant forms. So we have the S18, Form 18, Form A1, and Form 20. So the S18 is a registration form. It's what's the name of the company. Basically what's the name of the company. Then Form 18 is the notice of situation, where you intend to be located. Currently, it's a requirement to have a postal address. So when you have a place of address, you're also required to get a postal address where your company intends to be located. So Form A1 is the nominal share capital, like I said. Nominal share capital is how much capital are you starting with? Are you starting with 1 million? Are you starting with 2 million? Are you starting with 3 million, 500,000? But mostly, it's advisable that you have a fair nominal share capital. Yeah, don't overshoot, because then you'll be paying a high stamp duty. Yeah, so Form 20 is the intended directors. Who are the directors of the company? The directors of the company are the people who intend to run the company from day 1, day 2, oversee and manage the business of the company. So if you intend to be a director, you have to fill in your particulars, avail your IDs, yes, and then sign a memorandum and articles of association. Now, a memorandum and articles of association is the constitution of the company. how do you intend to run your company? How are our shares going to be allocated? Are we going to have more than 5 directors? What are the directors going to do? Things like that. The law usually gives a layout of how the memorandum and articles should be like, yes? And then the beneficial ownership form. This is a current development in the law. Sorry. So yeah, the beneficial ownership form is a form where you are supposed to fill in the shareholders' information or the people who directly benefit from the running of this company. So it's a recent development that has been put in place to control money laundering. Yes? Yes. So same thing, avail national IDs for foreign directors, for those who want to start foreign companies. You avail passport bio data pages for foreign shareholders. Then in the event that a company intends to have another company as a shareholder, you have, now that's what she was asking about, you have different companies under one company. So there you also need to avail a certificate of incorporation for the other company and the beneficial ownership form for the shareholders within that company. So everyone who intends to benefit from that company should be on this beneficial ownership form, and it is a must. So take note of that. Please have official email address for your company and acquire a postal address from Post Office Uganda. Pay the required fees, sign and file. So let's move on to fiscal. Remember, we said that if it's legal informality, you're not registered. And if it's fiscal informality, then you're not paying taxes. Right. After you created a company, it's advisable that you go on to it's advisable that you go on to what? To acquire a TIN. And not just the TIN alone, but also register for the different taxes. VAT, value addition tax, pay as you earn, that's payee, and all the withholding tax, yes? So that you are able to not pay fines when URA comes to audit your company and see all these things that you do not have. Yeah, so after you've registered with URA, if you're going to be within Kampala, there are some businesses that need to be licensed by KCCA. So you go ahead to acquire those different licenses. If you intend to deal in consumable goods and products, get a license from the UNBS. That is the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, yes? They have to look at your goods and say these are favorable for the consumers and they are not a threat to human life. If you're going to work as a money lending business, then you go ahead to get a license from Uganda Money Lending, UMA, Uganda Money Lending Regulatory Association. So you get your lending license from them, yes? Then if you're going to, as a tech company now, I wanted us to look at what? To look at the yes, I wanted us to look at the different I wanted us to look at the different things that you as a tech person needs when you're starting your business. So as a tech person, I'm trying to beat time. So as a tech person, you are going to need registration with the National Information Authority. One, most of the tech businesses that you build actually need people's information, yes? For example, let's take Jumia. Jumia Uganda is a delivery service company, and while you are registering with Jumia, you put in your name, your email address, and your information, yes? Or even when you're going to order a product, you usually fill in your place where you want the ad, so to be protected, yes? Your softwares need to be protected, your hardwares need to be protected. They need to be at a certain standard under the law, so that when you are registering, people do not feel that their information is at risk, yes? Their information is not easily accessed by other people. So one, you have to register with the National Information Technology Authority. You will register and basically show them how your IT systems are built, your software and your hardware. Because if you do not register with these people, then they will fine you. At this point, they consider you a threat because you have people's biodata or even private information. So you need to register with these people. And the requirements that are needed there are, one, that you're registered with the Data Protection Office. You need to write an undertaking saying that I will not be sharing people's information without their consent, and that it is not easily accessible by third parties, okay? Then after signing that undertaking, you submit data, you'll be required to submit data complaints at the end of every financial year with these people. Any complaint that, oh, my data was accessed by this person, or there was a hack, or anything like that, you need to make these complaints so that when they are assessing, and you summarily describe what is going on, that this happened and this kind of information was accessed by a third party that wasn't authorized, okay? Secondly, you need, there are people, I heard people saying they want to start like a wallet fund, they want to start a mobile, some of you want to start like mobile money businesses, yeah? I don't want to call it mobile money per se, but business that requires someone to transfer money from one person to another, businesses that require deposit taking. Those kinds of businesses, even when you have an app, you need to register your business, as we talked about it, first, yes? After you've registered your business, since you're dealing with money, you need to be verified by the anti-money laundering institution. Actually, it's the anti-money laundering stroke financing, illegal financing, yes? You have to be able to show that your business is not getting money from an illegal source and transferring it to another source. Because money laundering is transferring money from illegal activities, yes? Like terrorists, yes? Or smugglers, or people who are mining illegally, and the money comes through your business. You will be investigated, and mostly, actually most times they open up cases against these businesses. So you need to see that as a tech app or as a tech business that is dealing with transfer of money on the mobile or by an app, how am I doing? Do I know my customers? Know your customers. It's a law that is for financial institutions, actually, because once you're dealing with finance and it is discovered that someone came and brought illegal money into your business, you face the risk of being closed and suspended, okay? So why would you have to go through that when you can have all your licenses and all your requirements within your business? You don't have to hassle with, you have to be at par with the law. It's very important, yes? It's also important that as a business, you have a compliance officer for anti-money laundering. The compliance officer will oversee your dealings with your customers. Know your customer. Who is my customer? If my customer is Sharifa, what does Sharifa do? Where does she get her money? How does it come in? Is it above a certain amount of money? Why is there a suspicious dealing on Sharifa's account? You understand? Because then you will be able to defend your business when you're being audited, okay? When you're being investigated. So to avoid all those cases, you go according to the law. Again, like I said, depending on the services that you're going to do, if you are pharmaceuticals, if you are going to supply in goods and services, food, any of those things, you need to go to the relevant people that give the licenses, yes? Another thing, you need to, if you are going to take on money from people, you need to establish a partnership with a bank, because this is a guideline that is required of most mobile money taking services, yes? Establish a partnership with a bank, because banks and the Bank of Uganda are recognized to deal with currency. You understand? So instead of doing your own things, and then when the right people come to look at your business and whether you have the right requirements, you will have to go through the trouble of defending yourself and losing your business. So tech people need to, one, protect people's data. Two, do not deal with money laundering clients. Once you do, then you're at a risk. Three, National Information Technology Authority. So we're going to move on to, because I'm trying to keep up with time, we're moving on to IP. But before I go to IP, I want us to briefly talk about the benefits of registering your business. The first is that you protect your goodwill. Let no one steal your brand that you've already built, okay? If you want to build a good business, people know you, because if Alien Skin had registered his Fangon Forest Entertainment prior to this person, he probably would not be in these circumstances, okay? So protect your goodwill, because it's fame. It's people like you, people like your services, yes? It wouldn't be as easy as someone waking up and stealing Instagram or stealing Facebook or stealing Cafe Java's name, because everyone knows Cafe Java's and the type of food and the services they give. Everyone knows the type of services that global buses give. You understand? Because they have already built a name, they have registered, and they know what they're doing. So before you continue to run your business informally, go and register it. It doesn't take a lot of money, by the way. Instead of you having to go to court and fighting someone, and that will mean you spending more, okay? That's one. Protect your goodwill. Establish the identity of the business. Be unique. Go out there and just set up your brand and say, this is me. It is already registered. I am recognized under the law, and everyone identifies you as Sharifa Jewelry Box. and they will know that that is the business where I go and get the jewelry that I want, that I like. Yeah? Create a natural and good identity for your business. Then the survival rate of informal businesses is very low. If I woke up the next day and I said, I do not want to deal with pumpkins anymore, that business will die there and then. Or if I died tomorrow and I had an informal business, the business would die. You understand? But someone who has a company takes on a legal personality. Now, when I say a legal personality, it means that the company, under the law, exists on its own. If Sharifa creates a company called Ikra Jewelry, yes? Ikra Jewelry is set up, it's registered with URSB, and it has a certificate of incorporation, yes? If Sharifa died today, God forbid, sorry, if that happened, yeah, and there was another director, the company would not die. You understand? The company would survive even after Sharifa. You understand? If Sharifa said, give my shares to my son or someone else, the shares would proceed to the next person and the company would continue running as per the usual. You understand? So why have a short-term business, especially people who want to set up businesses for their families, inherited by their families to the next family, because they are businesses that have been taken up like that, you know, yeah? Like they're not just for a short term. They exist for a while and they are taken on generation for generation, okay? So the problem with those things is that informal businesses, they die. They die with the owner, they don't even last. Or if you have a disagreement, the business dies. You understand? So there's also little value addition among informal businesses. One, for example, if someone looks at the products got from a small business that is not registered, they would definitely, if you're supplying this person, let me say pumpkins, and their person is supplying cut pumpkins, they're all pumpkins, but because their person is a company and they are registered, this person will give more value to what this person is offering. You understand? So give your company some value. It also eases the process to access other government services like trade licenses. You cannot acquire a business TIN or a company TIN without registration. So go and register your company. You cannot acquire a KCCA trade license without registering your company. They need a certificate of incorporation, okay? Or they need a registration certificate. Then it also builds trust with potential clients. Not very many people want to deal with people that are not registered, especially foreign investors. You want a foreign investment, or even these competitions where they say, come and pitch an idea, and what they're going to require you to register thereafter. Or if not, they'll ask you, do you have a registration certificate? People want to invest in things they can search on and that there are results that show in the system and they can easily trust. So it builds trust that this person exists and I can fund their activities. And then also it links you to a wider economic market, which increases your competition. It protects your personal assets from creditors. When you register your business, again, since it has a legal personality, it owns its own property. You don't own you don't own the property of the company. If the company owns land, the land is for the company. It's not yours. You understand? But if you have your property and the company has its property, and let me say the company has issues with its running, by the end of its business, for example, if you want to liquidate it and they want to, there are people demanding the company money, they will come for the company property, not your property, which is a risk when you have business that is not registered, okay? Then it also easily helps you access finance like loans, bidding, opportunities to bid. When you're bidding, you need a certificate of registration. They usually want to know information like how long has this company been running and things like that. So let's move on to intellectual property. Now, very many of you are asking questions like, what do I do if this person has their own business already and I want to set up the same name and things like that, yes? So you're in tech. I think with tech you understand what it means to do a website, you know, brand yourself, put all these colorful things about your company, put them out there for people to actually be attracted to your business and want to know more about your business, yes? So as you're doing all that, you're going through what they call your creations and your inventions and your designs, which is what we call intellectual property rights in Uganda. So I can only say that your intellectual property rights are the creations of your mind. Today you people have been seated here on your computers. You're going to create different things with the web. You're going to create different things with your mind because you're putting your mind to test, yes? Now, as long as it is your idea, you're the author of what you're creating, these are the rights that are exclusive to you. I don't know if we are together. Are we together? So, our take home from IP is that I want us to know that the law does not protect your idea, but it protects the expression of your idea. You can't wake up and say that that person has my idea. I've been thinking about it the whole year, yeah? Or I've been thinking about this song the whole year. No one can see what is in your mind. So your IP property rights as an asset, you need to express your idea, and for it to be even better, you need to register it, which becomes easy for the law to protect what you've invented and created. Because I know most of you have tried to create apps, have tried to create something, yeah, that is to your use and your benefit. So this is what is going to protect you. These are the laws basically, but I'm going to talk about the different rights that are under our IP law. One, let's first look at what software is. So let's use software as an example, yes? Software is a set of instructions, data, or programs used to operate computers and execute specific tasks. So I'll use Google. Everyone knows what Google is, yes? You go into your Google search engine and you put in whatever you want to search. It eases your life to get information, yes? Now that's a software that we use to get information. Now Google is a right to the authors, okay? No one else can wake up and say, I want to use Google. Google is my name, because they have an intellectual property right to it. So I think you know the two systems under software. There's the proprietary software where only the owner can give you a license to use that kind of software, yeah? They have to consent to you to use their software, and they do not give you the source, right? They don't give you how they created it. They only give you the right to use it, and neither can you manipulate it. You can only use it, but you can't manipulate it, neither can you access the source. For example, most of you know Colgate, yes? There are different kinds of toothpaste, but you do not know the ingredients that are within Colgate, do you? Yeah, you just use it because, oh, I want to use Colgate. Or the person who wants to use Sensodyne. Or the person who wants to use Diligent. All of them are differently made because they have a particular ingredients that they have, yes? So no one is going to give you the ingredients of Colgate. Then open source software is where it's open to the public. Anyone can use it, manipulate it, and recreate it, yes? Most of the people that create these kinds of softwares don't restrict them. They basically put them out there for people to benefit from. They don't intend to benefit financially from them. But people who create proprietary definitely do benefit financially. So under our law, we have the trade secrets protection. Like I told you, Coca-Cola or Colgate. You don't know the ingredients in Coca-Cola, right? So that's their trade secret. It's information that they cannot give out to the public, but it's used in trade. It has an economic value because they gain from it. Then we have trademarks. Trademarks is, for example, some of you are wearing purple shirts. Women in FinTech Hackathon. Women in FinTech Hackathon is a trademark. It's a name, it's a brand, yes? It's their trademark. No one else can stand up and say, oh, Women in FinTech, I'm also using the same thing because we are using women. No, it's not the same thing. So if you have a software, then you'll have to name it something, yeah? Like Marion Tech Solutions, yeah? That will be your trademark. Everyone will know you as Marion Tech Solutions. Then we have copyrights. This is the protection of your literary and artistic works, songs, poems, so many things, yes? Art, this is what copyright is, yes? However, under copyright, we need to note that there are people who are employed. Some of you will be employed by big tech companies, and they'll tell you that while you're working here, you will not be allowed to share any of the work that you produce here, even after you're done. That's what they call creations under employment. So creations under employment, once you're employed with a big company, all the creations that you do there are retained by the company. You have no IP right over them. You understand? Are we together? Then we have commissioned works. How many of us know the Uganda anthem? All of us. You want to sing for us? Yes. Now, the Uganda anthem was made by? So, George William Kakoma wrote the Ugandan anthem. But it was an advertisement in the newspaper. This is an actual case, yes? So when they advertised, they called upon people to come and compose the Ugandan anthem. When he came, he was among the people who applied and wrote his anthem, and it worked. And when he won, he was given 2,000 shillings. Then it was a lot of money, guys, okay? Don't laugh. Then it was a lot of money. So when he was given this money, he said, I'm the one, the copyright is mine, I'm the one who owns the anthem. So under copyright is that anyone who has, if you write a song, if you do your art and you put it down, you have the right to gain from it, yes? But remember, this was an advertisement where the country had called for people who can compose the anthem. You understand? So when he made this right at this point did not belong to him because it was made for Uganda. You understand? It was made for Uganda. There was no way he could gain more from it when he was already given an award. So that example of the anthem are commissioned works. You understand? So now we've moved from that. Then we have patents. Patents are rights that protect inventions. For example, if an invention has never existed ever in this world, like the person who made Instagram, and the person who created the light bulb, all those original inventions are protected by the patent rights. Industrial designs, utility designs, all these are protected by IP law. Geographical indications, for example, if you woke up and started creating, let me see, clothes that are strictly made in Uganda, like backcloth clothes, you understand? And you say made in Uganda as your brand, that will be what they call a geographical indication. Yes, I'm trying to beat time, so allow me move on. Benefits of registering your invention. We had talked about this. Let no one encroach on your idea, okay? You're going to sit down, make a nice app, and someone will come and say, no, that is mine. I'm the one who registered it. You can be protected by your copyright, but it would be easier for you to have it registered and verified, okay? So innovators are able to benefit from their work. The business is able to claim these profits, yes? You can gain. Let no one gain from your hard work. You can also gain compensation if you're already registered. Someone can say, I created the phone, this one came and copied the exact phone. You can actually get compensated if you're registered, okay? It protects your work and creations from encroachers. I've already said that. It sets your business apart. Everyone knows what Omo is, okay? Omo is a known brand. Everyone knows what that is. Everyone knows what Mukwano plastics look like, because that is what it is. Everyone knows what Movit looks like. Everyone knows what else can I say? You all know the brands I'm talking about, okay? Because they are unique and identified by their trademarks, by their brands, by their designs, okay? So this is the benefit of having your invention and it being registered. You'll be recognized by this exact brand. Then it can be used as a marketing strategy. Some of you are talking about franchises, yeah? If I want to start a KFC supplying company here in Uganda, I have to go to KFC. Why? Because everyone knows what KFC is. You understand? I won't have to go through marketing again and what? No. But KFC is already, as a brand, is already marketing for itself. Everyone knows what it is. You understand? That if I'm going here and I want chicken like this, it's from KFC that I'll get it. So your own unique brand and you registering it and having rights to it is that it sets you apart and gives you a bigger, wider market to cover, okay? It attracts expansion from businesses. We've already talked about this. When you get a franchise, you have to pay KFC for using their brand. So if you intend to become a big brand, you have it registered, then you're attracting people who are going to be able to pay you for your brand, to be able to use it. You get? Yes. Then, it provides a guarantee regarding the quality of your products. If you're producing shoes, like Lynn's shoes, everyone will know if I want a long-lasting shoe, I'll go to Lynn's shoes. If I want a leather shoe, I'm going to Lynn's shoes, because that's what your brand is offering and that is what it is known for. So if your brand is protected, no one else can claim that goodwill. I don't know if we are together. I see most of you looking at me. Yes. So I've come to the end of my presentation and my mentoring. And I just want to say that the law doesn't protect your idea. No one is going to think for you. So register your business, protect it from encroachers, register the expression of that idea. Any questions?
Thank you, our dear mentor. I have a scenario. For example, here. For example, here, I saw a product called Chikumi. What if I get my product and I name it in another language, like in English, and I name it in 100? Can it be issued by the law? Thank you.
That's a very good question. I've actually seen a number of clients, yes, who come and say, now, like, I think the lady who gave us halal means food, yeah? What does it mean? What does halal mean? Accepted. I've seen most food points with halal. I don't know why. But yeah, let me use a good example. Like, so if you say Chikumi, you want to call it the 100 cents shop? Something like that, yeah? Most of these names are rejected by URSP. That's the truth. Because they will translate for you and say, if you come and say, Abakazi Infitech, they'll say no. They will immediately reject it because it's a translation. Yeah? It's a translation of what this other person has, and it's almost similar if you put it in that language. So most of these names are rejected by URSP. However, there are businesses with translations, not to discourage you. They are there. Yeah? I've seen how do I say it? Let me see. Let me give you an example. I've seen is it Echikapu? Echikapi? Echikapi, right? Echikapi. It means bag, right? Echikapu. It means bag, and I think the person makes leather bags, something like that. The business is there, it exists. I'm not so sure if it's registered, but I think it is, yes? Some names will actually pass if they don't mean if they're not a direct translation of what this other person is registered under. I hope that makes sense. Like the way I said, Women Infitech Hackathon, yeah? Then I come and say, Abakazi Infitech Hackathon, they won't allow because you're just translating someone else's idea. Any other question?
Thank you so much. How long does it take to register a company?
A company, are you scared of the process? Don't be scared of the process. This is why lawyers are here, yes? Lawyers are basically here to help you go through the process of registering a company, look at every detail that you need, yes? It doesn't take long. It really doesn't, yes? And now that there has been an improvement in the system of registration, there has been a very big improvement. We've actually moved way ahead in the registration process, okay? It's easier than it used to be. The 1,000 paperwork has all been solved. Yes, so. Okay. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. So when you're determining if a name is similar to the other, do you look at the pronunciation or do you look at the spelling? Because there is Sony, the company, but then there is Sconi. They are kind of the same, but they're not the same. So if there is a supermarket called Frain and I name mine Frain, but with an at instead of an A, does that pass? I don't know.
um, there are names which will cause confusion. I don't know if you understand what I mean. I don't know if scones are Chinese. I don't know which country it's from. Or, I mean, like, we've seen how Chinese duplicate things, yes? Adidas to Abibos, I don't know. There are so many different things that they've done, but I wouldn't advise, again. I mean, if I am a very particular registrar, I wouldn't pass that name. If you want Frain, whether with an H, an I, a Y, I'm not going to give it to you because there's a Frain supermarket that exists and it has its people and customers. You want fair competition? Get a name. No. Mrs. Charlotte is about to kill me. One last question. Where is the microphone?
My question is, if you're dealing in credit, giving out loans, I was told retaining someone's national ID is illegal. Is it? Because that's what we are working on as a group.
Okay, very good question. It is. So, when you're giving out loans and you're not a bank, yeah? For example, you are a money lending society. You can have, but you see, a national ID is someone's national document. Yes, they're going to need it to access other services. Remember, you're not a bank, so you don't have collateral to deal with. Yes? Yeah? Well, there are people who give out car logbooks. You can use that. There are people who, there are other collateral things that you can hold on to. But that alone, as a money lending society, not society, I don't want to call it a society, as a money lending business, there are other requirements, yeah, that you need to follow. Don't just look at the withholding people's national IDs. Well, you can hold them, but for a reasonable time, yes? Ensure that you can get the money from these people as soon as possible, yeah. But it's not good to confiscate someone's national document for a long time. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Marion. Once again, let us applaud Marion. She was really talking about very, very important things. I know that's where we are heading, not so? That's where we are heading, and they are very, very, very important. For example, we are all going to integrate with DFSPs. Now, you cannot unless you're registered. If you applied, if you went to MTN and told them you want to integrate with their open API, they're going to ask you these documents. Act of Memorandum, Form 20, Form 18, and they should be certified by URSB. So you really need these things. You need lawyers. So start thinking about that. I think if Marion allows, I'm going to share her contact with you. So in case you want to reach out to her and ask more, because she had really a lot, but the time was limited. And I would like to apologize for going beyond the time that we are supposed to take. I have a few things to pass on. So I want to thank you for being good people, very disciplined, very humble. I'm going to emphasize that whenever we are talking, let us use a mic and let us stand up. Please don't forget this. It is very important because when you remain seated, they cannot get you. And another thing is when I post something on the group, like you share this, don't share in my inbox. It is it is easier when it is all on the same platform, you know, so I can read through. But when you go to the inbox and they are on different, going here and there, it becomes too much for me. So please let us do that. And Cleopatra has sent something in the group. So go there and read and do accordingly. And you know Team X Home. Do you know Team X Home? I think they sit there. They were called Rent Easy, Pay Easy, something. So the team leader is a sister of Vivian. So you can, if you don't have her contact, you get it, you can reach out to her and be one with her in this grieving moment. Okay, that's all. Any questions? Tomorrow we are not coming. We are having a weekend. We are having a weekend. We resume again on Monday. Any questions? Okay, no questions. Okay, yes.
Well, thank you for the day. Earlier on they said like we're looking at some stuff and they were like, we need to upload them. So I don't know if it was serious or about what was it? Yeah, the designs. Diagrams.
I think that's what Cleopatra has posted in the group. Have you seen her message yet? What does it say? Okay, so I think that's true. So you can work on your designs. Try to design something, your user journeys. Anything? I think she posted on the team leaders group maybe. If it is not on the general, I'm going to send it so that you can see the message. Anything else? Okay, thank you so much. See you on Monday. Journey Masses. If there is a team leader who is not on the team, please let me know on the team leaders group. If you're a team leader, you changed your team leader and you're not on the team leaders group, let me know. And make sure that you have all sent email addresses of your developers. Why? I put you on Slack. Now, if you're trying to work around Moja Loop and you encounter some issues, you can copy that code that has errors or something, post it there, and ask Port help guide you. Is that okay? Okay. Another thing, you can keep on improving your things, like your problem statement, your business case. You keep on, because these are not final submissions, yeah? But they also count. If they tell you submit by this time, you should submit. But once we have moved on, you can go back and improve if you feel you need to improve. Final submissions are on Thursday next week. Another thing, some of you don't know you don't know how to look at your emails. Different types of emails go to different, we have primary, we have promotions, we have social. Now, some of you received Slack invitations and you're saying you didn't receive them. Why? Because they are under promotions and you're looking for them in your primary folder, primary part of the email. So go to the promotions, accept the invitation.